Let's try that again. Why, hello there. Did you guys know that microphones work better if you turn them on? I just learned that again today. Let's get that there. And let's make sure everything is good and alive. That's good. That is probably good. Let's see. Come on. You can do it. Nope, you can't do it. There we go. Alrighty then. So, let's get in to stuff here. We'll make that happen. Alright. And we'll see if IntelliJ decides to behave a little bit better today. I did remember to clear out the cache finally and let it rebuild everything. Alright. Yes, so we were going to... Let's run this. We're going to fix the user feedback here in some way, shape, or form. How? Let's figure that out. So, when we are in a map, and we're connecting things, we'll use our test guy down here. Add a connection. We need to set this to something better. I wonder, I mean, I could do like a stack and just throw up a thing over top, like dim out the background and throw a box up over top. I don't think I really want to do that. The other thing I wonder, like that's probably okay. I don't think we need to worry about scrolling so much. In both cases, because we put it at the top, I think we're okay. I could do another snack bar, but I don't really want to. I think I like keeping that for just errors. I think down there is probably going to be fine. We just need to make a better widget. I think that's decent. Okay, so instead of a text box, let's see if we like maybe we could do a row in here so that it stretches for sure. We're probably going to want to pad it a little bit too. So we can throw a padding in here around the row. We don't need a comma because you're a ternary. We need a padding there. Let's do symmetric and then just do vertical. We'll set it to 20 to start with. Because these guys... Ooh, I think I just caught a bug there too. Yeah, these fill up the whole thing, so we want to stay within that. Let's actually switch this to a container, because... Actually, I think container has just a regular color. It does have a color. Use the theme of context... Color scheme. Secondary? Maybe? Another adventure in Flutter. Hello there yourself. And I'm going to try to pronounce your name, but I'm going to ruin it. Cresso It's not terrible, but it's not distinct enough. We're also going to want padding around this and maybe just center it. So maybe we just do that. That didn't work. Oh, because it's in a row, duh. Derp-a-derp. Main axis alignment will get us there. I don't think I like the color. Don't try. And I think that we should be a little bit more explicit about what exactly we're trying to get them to do. Well, it's not terrible. But I did spot, I think, a boog. So if I have unsafe changes in here and then I click off... No, it does clear it. Okay. Apparently, I'm just losing my mind. Have you played with multiple windows and Flutter apps? I think once, like a long, long time ago, when I initially started looking at Flutter for a different project, I looked at trying to make that happen. And I think I did have it working, like, very, very minimal. Just, like, literally the starting app with a second window. And I don't remember much about it. It was an idea that I was exploring. And it was like, I don't even want to learn this language or this framework. I just want to know if it can do this before I do anything else. Okay. We also, though, need... Okay, so... This is going to be a long string, though. So we want to put a cancel button in here. So I think I want to put it below. Do I want a text button? Let's find out. I could do something like that. There we go. No? What am I missing here? Children. Oh. Things got all messed up. There we go. There's my... Oh. There we go. Render flex overflow. Oh, because, duh, you're a row. I could switch it to a column if I do this. Then I would need to do cross-axis alignment here to keep me centered, which would be fine. You're not overflowing anymore. Shut up. I have the same approach. Try different things in new lang framework to see how it fits a problem I like to solve. Yeah. Yeah, if it's a simple thing, that's a really great way to figure out if you want to spend your time. So we could do that, and then we would just need... Oh my gosh. You. And then you. And we could just do like horizontal 5, maybe, to give it a little bit of a room to breathe there. 10 is too much because of that. Could do that. Except for we have... I don't think I can do this because I'm in a container. But I could be wrong. Yeah. Thought that would be the case. Incorrect use of parent data widget. Let's get that out of there. We would need to expand the child. Or the children, as the case may be. Why wouldn't I be allowed to do that? Because you're inside a column. Even though you're a padding, that's fine. Non-zero flex. Incoming height constraints are... Oh, because height constraints, right. Right. So we'd have to... I think put them inside of a row to get them to fill the... Oh. Let's fix that. And then there's my column. We end there. Then it'll fill the horizontal space. We could do that. And then it gets replaced. And if we do over here, that doesn't add it to the top. We do want to fix that. Oh, and hitting escape to cancel. That's where my bug was. Ah, okay. It's the deselect in map pane, I think is where that lives. But that calls tile selector, or a map status rather. Which should be clear selected. You right here. And then we do Unsaved tile changes. Needs to be false here. So that when we have that and we decide, nope, I'm going to hit escape, then it clears out. Okay. The other thing we need to fix up is the adding. We'll do that while we're here. Which we put up in add connection. Choke on my coffee. Connections add here. I thought there was a... Yes. We can use insert, connection data, clone. Oop. New connection so we don't have issues here. Oh, because you can't be null. We did just check you. All right, so that should hopefully make this experience a little bit better. When we already have stuff, it'll put it up at the top here. I would like it to be selected, but that's going to be trickier. We need to move the state of the selectedness into like the backing data if we wanted to do that. And then we'd have to take care to clean it up. Like if you expand a couple things in here and then you click away and come back, they would still be expanded, which I don't know if we want that behavior. We do have new connection already, though. Or not that. It's in connection data. Yeah, new connection in here. We would have to make sure we turn that off if we want to rely on it for other things. Actually, it might not matter. No, it would. It would matter for this because it'll be in memory. So we'd have to make sure to turn it off if we wanted to, but we could do something like in here when we do this, we can look at that, except the state of expanded or not lives inside of here, I believe it does. So we'd have to wire that up to the stateful part, which is fine. We could do that. Or we can also say did change dependencies. I don't know why I put super in the middle there. There's probably a reason, though. We could say here, if our data, which is data, new connection, expanded, is true. So that, boom, expands ya. But the problem is, if I put some stuff in here and apply that, and if I come back, it'll still be expanded because we didn't clear that data, right? I guess we could do... We do some stuff in here with the state of that. We could do on a save, which is floating action button. That's my expander guy. Oh, we don't have a save here. Right. We'd probably have to do it in the state here, which is where we save things. Save tile changes. And then here we could say, either way, I guess it'd be when we do the update tile. Then we can say, toggle that off. So now, if we delete you, and then we, let's just click off real quick to make sure I didn't, oh, because you're still new. Okay, yeah. Ooh, we have a bug in deleting a new connection. There we go. So we create a connection, we set you here, we put in the stuff, we hit apply. Now if I click off and back on, you're still expanded. But we applied you. Okay. So once we click off, we should engage set selected tile again. Oh, because we said it before we updated it. Duh. Wait, no, this isn't going to work because you don't have any concept of of that. I gotta remember order of operations here. So when we select you, your room data, I clone the data, I look at your connections. Okay, that makes sense. When I save, oh, it would be here. No, it wouldn't be. Would it? So we update the room. We make sure the connection data if we don't have it still, then we delete it. Because you've given me one that's missing that connection, so you have deleted it. We update those connections. And then, yeah, okay. So this, we go through the connection data afterwards to update the tiles. It kind of sucks. Clear connection. But we do need that because we have these UI tiles. So we can't just move everything into the map controller. To deal with updating. But when we create you, you go into the connection object. New connection is data. Wait. Where did I put my... Copy, yeah, okay, that's the drag and drop. You live up in the button. Or down in the button, as the case may be. Add connection, connection data. New connection is true. So you get set there. You get inserted there. You're still a new connection at this point. But we should be repulling you from on a set select. Why are you hanging on to that? If we set it here, we go into update tile. You're going to be a connection data. We do all this good work. Oh, we do clone you. Okay. So doing it before that, I think should be okay. Because it would have been cloned before we set this. The other way around. Okay, so order of operations should still apply here. Okay, let's put that back. We're just going to reset the map really quick just to be sure that we get nice, fresh, new data. So we put you in there. We put in some data. We apply it. I click away and I come back. You're collapsed. Okay, perfect. And then we don't have to add anything else to you. And so if we go back over here, we get our goodies. We can make, oop, if I could click on the right thing. Let's, I need to fix that. That's too sensitive. See, it just bit me again. Thinking that I might just make this the only clickable. I think that'll be the nicer way. Anywho, wait, why can't I invalid vector coordinate? Oh, I clicked on myself. Reset, hang on. We also need to handle that case. Yeah, using this has become abundantly clear that making the whole thing clickable is not cool. Okay, and then I have a southeast. And it's... I think I want to sort this in a different way, but that's fine. We'll do that later. Yeah, okay. So that behavior is better. I like that more. Let's reset the map so that stuff is not in there for future us. Let's do... Let me take one more look here at... You're not centered anymore. It's room data form, because we put in a column here. Or not a column, but a row. And I don't know if I actually need this if I'm gonna do that. I don't. It becomes happy. So we'll switch that around. And we need to make our undo work. Which we did over here in Map Editor, right? You were... Clear selected tile, I think. Double check my recollection there. Yes. Perfect. Okay. So let's commit this. There's a bunch of stuff I need to do here. Update the user feedback for creating new connection. Tell them what to do and give them a cancel button. And then I totally failed to type. We're going to push that up. There we go. Okay. So. I forgot to take that out. The clickable part. Let's fix that up. That's going to be in the form itself. And it's going to be when you're expanded. There should be a gesture detector. Oh, you're up here. That's why. Okay, so we need to fix that. And actually, we already have the button in there that uses that. I think we have a button in here that we did just so the styling was consistent. Yeah, we did. Okay. So we can actually just literally trash that. And then we need to ditch one of them. Yes. And that still works, but clicking in here doesn't collapse it. So that while you are in here, it doesn't actually grab that while you're trying to hit the next form. They were conflicting. Okay, good. Happy. Don't collapse. Connection form when clicking inside the body of the expanded form. The button up top should drive that. Oop. Okay. Hi, how am I doing? I'm doing all right. How about you? Okay, so that's still a to-do for later me. We fixed the annoying collapsing. There was one other thing, and I've already forgotten it. What was it? What were you? I should have left myself a note because I got distracted with all the other things. We've got our cancel. We've got our clicky on. You're up top. You expand when we create you so that it helps you to say, I need to fill this in. Sorting these guys. Okay. Northeast, east, north, northwest, west. We want to do, I think I want to start at north, northeast. East, southeast, south, kind of the same pattern we usually follow when we think about these guys. How am I going to... Have I distracted you? No, I distracted myself because there was like 3 things that I needed to do. And then I distracted myself by going in and doing 2 of them. And, you know, all of the context of the greater plan just went away while I was looking through the code here. That is one thing that I don't like about Flutter, is that it's just so nested, and it's a lot. It's a lot. Very, very difficult to read. I don't have any suggestions on how to fix that because it's a very complicated problem, but the outcome is that it's difficult to read. And maybe that's a skill issue. Could be. Okay. How are we going to sort this? We have the forms that are pretty much ignorant of their order. It's going to be up here in the room data form. Or we could sort it here in the state, which is probably. How's my life going? Any luck with tech job? The life is okay. The luck with the tech job? No. None at all. But it is what it is, you know. Um, I think, and I just wrote about this. I think it still has to get a little bit worse. Like, I'm seeing a lot of the pushback in the world on things not working. There's been a lot of people really angry with Microsoft lately for shoving Copilot into Paint and into Notepad, whichever one. Yeah, Notepad. There's been like a whole slew of just like really, really horrendous Windows bugs, and people are pretty mad about that. Uh, other things outside of Windows have been just kind of low level crap lately too. Um, the There's been more layoffs recently, and a lot of people that have interesting takes on things have been saying this is to offset the expenditure on AI stuff, and they're trying to, you know, keep up appearances essentially. But they're cutting their workforces back, which is going to bite them, right? But I think things still just have to degrade further before everybody says, okay, we need people that know how to do things. But I have an idea of a thing I want to make that isn't this, that might be a little bit more commercially viable. And I've been kind of working on a little bit off stream. I just wrote about that too. So I don't know. We'll see if it can pay the bills and buy me time to build other things. Then that'd be awesome. And then I can just not worry about anything but my own business, which is kind of like my default mode of living, is just focus on my stuff and don't worry about it, you know? That's where I'm happiest. I don't want to worry about all that crap. I just want to make stuff. Okay, sorting, yeah, that's what I was doing. If I sorted map state itself, that might be better, because then everything can get it. Let's hope it improves, yeah. I've been hoping. Absolutely. That's all you can do, right? Like, so when we connect, or add connections rather, so when it's new, we manually insert it, that's fine. We just need to sort it here. Or here. Because this connection tile needs to implement get connections. But then I need to do my own sorting if I do it here or on the tiles, either way. What is the simplest way? Let's see what they have to say about sorting lists. Sorted method on a list class. Because I don't want to write a whole class for it, right? I don't want to do that. Let's see here. Can define my own comparison logic. But what would that comparison logic actually look like? Or, yeah, so either we have to do that, and then we would have to implement it here, which seems eh. Um Like, it would be better just to store them sorted. And you... that's the UI, not the... I need to rename those eventually. Connection data. So get connections. We don't actually store you as a list. Ooh, okay, yeah. That's right. So when we have a room, we go through... Yeah, we'd have to do it here. It would actually be here, because it's only when we select a room. When we select a tile itself, we get the order northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest, and I'm happy with that. That's the clockwise pattern that we normally follow. It's only for rooms because we go through each of them and add, so it gets all jumbled up. So we need to sort here. This does let me do that, but how would I sort by the name in a way? How would I do that? What do we have access to inside of the connection? Because we add the connection data itself. We have the destination, right? Yes. And what's the default sort? For a two-dimensional array. Maybe that would actually work for us, because it'll always be the direction. So up is 1 0 and then 1 1 and then 0 1 1 1 1 0. So we'd have to go by... So we can pass a comparison function. So we need a scratch file here to just look at. So we have 0 1 is north. 1 1 is northeast. 1 0 is east, then southeast would be... No, wait, this is -1. Right? This is -1. Because it's up. No. Yeah, this. Up. No x change, -1y. 1, this is 1 -1. Because it's 1 further over and then up. 1, 0. That's correct. This is 1, 1. 0, 1 is south. And then -1, -1. Nope. It'd be -1 +1. And then -1, 0. And then finally -1, -1. So that's the order we want it in. So that's going to get gnarly. So we'd have to say... My coffee's gone. Tell you what, 1 second. Let me use the restroom and get a beverage and think about how I want to do this. It's tricky. Okay. I don't think sorting is going to work for this. Because, I mean, maybe I'm missing something here, but we could go by, you know, first order and then second order, except for this. That would throw a monkey into the works, right? Monkey wrench into the works. Or a monkey, you know, throw the whole thing in. Yeah, my camera's all blurry too. Let me fix that. I don't think that there's like any. Oh, it froze. Cool. Cool. There's like no hard and fast rule here. That we can lean on, right? There we go. I don't think alphabetical works either, does it? Let's see. Yeah, E comes before N. What is he making? He's making a map editor for a mud. So I couldn't do it that way either. We could do something else here. Go no. Hmm. You just run around channels, spamming stuff. Cool story, bro. So I don't think I can do that. I could do some sort of a map, maybe. We'd have to go through the list multiple times if it did that, though. Or maybe not. So if I did something like this, well, map order isn't guaranteed though, so I couldn't do that and then immediately get it out. I'd have to I'd have to go through the map and order that. We know that this can't... Well, that's not true. The length could be greater than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It could be greater than 8. Because if we had a... you don't have to connect to the same map. You don't have to connect to an adjacent room. And like if there are other stuff, then we could either just put them at probably at the end, as far as sorting goes. Could I, in my coordinate package here, hell, can't really do that. I wonder if I can just do... could I like sort by the enum order? Is that a thing? I could. Okay. This is kind of crazy. So we have direction. It's in the correct order. So this is saying that I can do extension on direction. We implement compare to here. Other. Index compare to other index. And I don't need this anymore. And then in my this, theoretically, but I need to sort by I need to specify. So I need A and B, right? And then I do destination compare to right? Is it define for the type coordinate? Because you're not a direction, you're a coordinate. Language am I using? Dart. Well, that's fine. We could still do... We can do an extension on coordinate. We don't have to extension it, I don't think. I think I just need to implement... Okay. Just need to implement compare to. So I do... Compass vectors are coordinates. Those are also in the correct order, though. Anything actually using direction now that I implemented compass vectors, I wonder? If we... I can't do that either, because I'm inside the class now. But if I say... What if I did... Well, that's not even a... that's just a list. What's compass vectors doing? Where do we use you? We use you to clock around. Who's actually using directions now? Direction 2. And I can't do this, can I? Yeah. Not a thing. I don't think. Can do extensions that like return strings. or other things. I don't want to do that, though. Like, the easy answer is to just loop through my compass vectors that I've already set up here. And match in the list, but I don't want to do that because then I have to go through a bunch of times. And that's a coordinate. Whereas my maybe that's fine to do. Because if you sort it, it's going to have to go through multiple times anyway to do the sorting, whatever algorithm they use. And we're going to have to change this a little bit when we do support other stuff. Because we won't have a direction for them, but that's fine. So here's what we can do. Let's do like so. We add you, right? And then we go and say, I think we just directly, okay, so, we go through you after we build you, right? Ooh, actually, no, we can't do that. We need to go through compass vector. Let's actually call you just vector or vect. And we can say if unsorted connections index of, oh, I can't do that though either. At least I don't think I can, because I need to look at a property. So I just need to go through because we're not dealing with huge lists here. And I believe we implemented equality and hash on coordinates. Let me double check that before I get... Yeah, equality and hash. So yeah, we can do this. Okay. So if the connection destination is equal to the vect, then unsorted, actually connections add con, and it's already cloned, so I think we're okay there. And then unsorted connections remove con. So we take you out, we'll put you in the final list. We take it out of the unsorted list. and we can continue. We're done with that list iteration. The heck that was outside. Didn't sound like it was in my neighborhood. Or my yard anyway. Okay, so we do that. And then at the very end, we'll just sort you. And the default behavior... Ooh, we don't have a... Okay, let's not do that then. Let's leave that there. We won't worry too much about the future. We'll just say, if there's anything left in here that's unsorted, we just add all, right? So we do that. What are you mad about? Fine, be that way. Okay. There. We'll do that. All right, so now that's not in order. Probably have to restart because you probably didn't rebuild this just yet. Oop. Oh, concurrent modification. Crap. It's because of this. Hang on a second. I forgot about that. I don't want to do that then. Okay, that didn't work at all. Cool. Why didn't that add up? Compass vectors are a coordinate. Oh, because I'm dumb. We do have a we don't want a destination. We want the connection vector. There we go. North, northeast, east, southeast, south, southwest, west, northwest. Okay, perfect. Now we just need to handle the the other fellers. Okay, so because we can't concurrently modify, we would have to do another list. Something like this. And then we'd have to say here, here, and actually I don't want to continue here. I want to break here. So I want to break this loop here. And then down here, if we didn't find the vector, oh, I can't do that either though. We'd have to go the other way around. No, wait. No, I'm good here. This was continue. Duh. Because this is my unsorted list. Okay, so but I can't continue here. Can I? I'm going through those guys. I look through my unsorted list. Not being able to modify the list as I go through it is kind of a pain in the ass in this case. Um, it's also going to make this slower, but it's not a huge list, so we're probably still okay. Hmm. Is there a better way that we can do this to... There is. Okay. So... Wait. Let me think. If we go through... We can go through this list one time. So, it's a connection data in our unsorted connections, right? We need one of these guys, right? So we can go through our connections. We need to... Oh, no, we can't do that either. Because if there's one that's missing, then we have to loop through again. I guess probably the simplest, clearest way. We still do this, but then we go through... Oh, we didn't implement... Connection data doesn't implement equality and hash, right? Oh, it does. Okay. We did, yeah, because we did some comparison in the map controller. So we can do this. So we can go through again. We go through our second list, or our initial list again. And we say if connections does not contain this connection, then we just add it at the end. That's going to be the simplest, easiest, not ugly to read later way, I think. And oh, there's the other in here. Let me leave myself a note before I forget. Hang on. Set selected tile. This right here. To do select ourselves. Snack bar error and don't set. But we can use that broken behavior to test this. I think. Oh, it might fail to do the string though. Well, let's find out. So it doesn't really matter where I do this. If I try to connect to myself, yeah, fails on the invalid vector coordinate. Okay. Let's... Let's see here. Because we don't have a direct or a vector or a direction. We have a vector is just a coordinate. So we do have the ability to say this. And it's true. It is a zero vector. So now I might need to reload to get this to work. I do. Hot refresh won't always catch the underlying changes. And when I came down here, it doesn't matter where I do this. If I go and I go and I go and I go and I go. Then we still barf on unable to determine target connection time location for parent location. So we don't know how to connect those, which makes sense. Like it's not really a valid thing. This is valid. And I think we'll leave that in. But it won't fix that. It won't let us test that. It's not really a fix. It's intentionally doing something silly, you know, that we haven't accounted for just yet. But this should still work. And we get northwest, which is correct. There's only one of them. If we went to connect to the north, it should happen. It should be in the list before. And that's just going to happen. And then if we did to the west, it should appear at the bottom. And it didn't. Wait, no. Yeah, that happens. It goes in the middle before northwest. That is correct. And it put it in the middle because when it reloaded everything, when it reselected, it fixed our ordering. So I think we're good there. Yeah. Okay. Reset our changes. Let's check that. We're going to commit this. Order the list of connections by clockwise cardinal first. And we'll have to test the remainder addition stuff later when we have a valid way to create a connection like that. Because we've kind of just got a framework in place that can handle it. We don't have it implemented yet. Okay. This. We need to make sure right here, if the selected. Yeah. Why aren't you? Oh, because you come in as an object. It'd be the location because you're a room data. If this is equal to the origin of the new connection that we're in the process of setting up. There we go. That's where we do this. But this is... And we need to throw in one of them because Dart wants single quotes for some reason. Okay. That can come up there. And now let's reload to be sure we get all the new hotness. Now if I try to connect... Boop, I can't connect the room to itself. What are you doing? That's silliness. Right now we are allowing existing connections to be selected. Is that valid? Do you now have 2 northwest? No. Or 3. Oh, did I not? Let's just do that. You don't have 2, and it didn't overwrite it. So what happened? It errored. No? Let's reset here real quick. It silently doesn't do anything. Okay, so that's not great. I don't think 2 connections to the same location is really valid anyway. I can't think of, off the top of my head, any reason why you would do that. So let's just disallow it in general when we select here. Let me leave myself. Don't allow the selecting origin point as a destination. And then allow duplicate connections. Or rather, don't allow selecting a just don't allow duplicate connections. So if the wouldn't be that, it'd be new connection origin ooh, except for that's not a room data. We would need to and we don't have our map. We have the we have a map controller though. Map at the origin X Y, which is a room data the connections contains... Oh, but I can't do that. I would have to instead go through in this. And then I need this to be there. So I go through here and I say, if the connection vector here is equal to no, I need to do origin vector 2 the selected location. New connection can't be null if we're in here. I need to leave that there. I could do... Nah, this is easier to read. And let's do this. This is a vector. Thought you were... Oh, I didn't define a vector yet. I just return a coordinate. Okay, that's fine. I've got direction. Which should probably just use vector 2. I'll worry about that later. This package just needs to be, this class needs to be cleaned up a little bit. It just needs to be coordinate this is this, like so. Oops, I grabbed too much of that. That's all I need for that. And then here, do I not have direction 2? Here, why doesn't this work? Oh, right. Crap. I don't have... I would need to... I would need to do something like this. For convenience reasons, I would need to do this. That's the correct, right? Correct syntax? Yes, okay. And then if I don't know if I love this, but I feel like this is a mess and I should do something else with it. South. Thank you. This should be southeast. West and northwest. And then I can go direction? No? Why wouldn't I be able to do that? Invalid constant, but you're not a const. Oh, duh. Snack bar was a const. What an idiot. Okay. I should be able to, I should give map the ability to return me based on a coordinate. That would have been helpful. That's okay. We'll worry about that later. Right now, we just want to know, do we get our error message correctly? Doesn't matter where I go. It's just grab you and I say, boop. Nope, we threw an error. Out of subtype. What? That's all within there. What did I mess up here? The origin. Oh, because... Ah, crap. Because we didn't account for the offset hidden here. We don't need to, though. This just needs to be... Oh, no. I see. I see. But we have selected tile at this point. We can do that still, because we haven't changed the selected tile. Rebuild that. So this is our selected tile. We connect you. Bop. There we go. Except for that's ugly. Do I have a string on 2 direction? I don't remember. We have to, because we use it. Don't. Where do we get? We get it in the labels. So that would be... That's a very low flying plane. Label text. Oh, the destination. Oh, that's new. Direction 2. The name. Oh, right, because that's enum. So we use the name. There we go. Okay. Commit that. Well, hang on 1 second here. If we have direction 2, can we skip adding this thing that I don't really particularly love? Because we should be able to... do like, so you're a room data, if we're here. Location. Direction 2. Proposed vector name. I should be able to do that instead. Get rid of this thing that I don't particularly want to have. And that should be equivalent. Use the things we already built instead of adding more code. Gives us the same output. Okay, yes. We'll go with that. Check for and display error On attempting a connection, same direction we have already did to. Ooh, except that's going to be broken. Crap. Because if I'm trying to connect a portal, let's just say, to here, which is fine. We just need to refine the checking logic here. We go through here. This should be up here anyway. Ooh, no, I can't do that. Never mind. That I don't need anyway. All right. So I got room data location. Oh, hang on. Let me just start. Do one thing at a time here. Okay, so we go through our connections. We need to say if instead of proposed vector, this, and we have access to selected location. Because it's a room tile, we can do that. And we don't worry about the cardinal direction. We just say already has a connection to the string of the location. Because that's what we're really trying to do, right? I'll probably do that just to make sure it updates everything. So this should equally work for this, but it doesn't. Wait, it does. Why didn't it? Oh, maybe I was dragging by accident. Or to see if that becomes an issue or not. It's not selected tile though, it's selected. And that makes it an unnecessary cast because we've already cast you. There we go. So you already contain a connection to 3.2. But if we were to try to connect you to 2.1, like we're making a portal shortcut or whatever, then it's valid, which is correct. And again, that's going to break... It'll break this part, because it's not really... a northwest connection, but worry about that when we implement that. Oh, hey, Darius. Sorry, I got totally distracted and was ignoring chat. Would I attempt to use Dart for server-side? No. Not without, like, a really solid reason. Okay. What else do we need to check here? I'm gonna roll that back. I think... I think that's fine. So... account for the fact that we may connect to or connect in the same direction but to a different tile, and allow that. So allow only connecting to a room already connected to. I have tests. Yes. I don't. I'm not connecting the dots, and it's probably a skill issue. What does test have to do with it? Are you saying I should run them? I don't have UI tests, and I probably should write some, but I'm still in the changing the UI phase of world. It was an observation. Yes, I have tests for the data parsing code, because that's where tests really shine and are easier to write. I just don't have tests on the UI stuff. But for the marshalling and unmarshalling, I have lots of tests. Usually skip tests for all but non-trivial code. Well, I mean, marshalling and unmarshalling is kind of non-trivial, right? That's one of your boundaries around, you know, ingesting from an input that is of dubious quality and whatnot, and formatting, and making sure that you get the correct, or handle the edge cases correctly, you know, get the correct object out of them. But I test even trivial code often because you catch little bugs. Like even coordinates. Coordinates has test for the direction too, which is pretty trivial. But you catch edge cases, you catch little weird things. I still believe in them. Okay. I think that's that for now. Let's see what's on the old, pardon me, to-do list. Actually, let's do this first. Yep, that's there still. Yep. 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 The config stuff. Yeah, we do need to do that. We need to set, we already set state here. Set the modified flag here. I do write tests, I deprioritize them for personal projects. I mean, yeah, you can. I tend to run personal projects in the same way I run projects for work. Like I still do branches, feature branches. I still try to keep my commits sane. It pleases me to have that to fall back on if I have to go back through my commit history and try to figure out where I broke something and to just kind of it, it feels right to do it the same way. At my current job, they require 90% test coverage. Well, I'm not a big believer in a required percentage of test coverage. It's easy to game. Like whatever you measure, you optimize for, right? Um, so like you can have coverage that sucks, and it'll say 90% coverage, but like, are they good cut tests? Do they cover edge cases, or do they just happy path it? You know, in which case, if they only happy path, pretty limited value. I I often run afoul of, like, I have read the clean code book, and I think there's good ideas in there, and I think I try to apply it where it makes sense. But at the same time, I'm not gonna freak out if my functions aren't 5 lines long, like Misha likes to troll me for. You know, like there are. It is good to keep them small. There are no hard fast rules, and it's they're more like guidelines than actual rules, right? And I often run afoul of this sort of cargo culty, or it's not even cargo culty. It's I don't know. People get into these camps, right? And like, I'm all for considering these opinions and considering these approaches and trying to figure out what the value is in them and where to apply them. But I just don't think there's any real universal rules. Like, and I don't think that most of these books are saying that they are universal rules. I think, and maybe I could go back and reread and kind of look for that to be, because what I took away when I read it in the first place was just like, these are some general guidelines for things that I have found to work well in my projects. So, like, I try to apply the good things, and I do it imperfectly. You know, like, I'm sure that TDD purists absolutely hate me because I don't strictly TDD. You know, I do it sometimes. I do it when it makes sense. I let tests help me. I try to build things in a way that's testable, and it's a red flag to me if it's hard to test. But also, like, some things are just hard to test, and some things I need to noodle to figure out what I want to do, and then I'll come back and do tests afterwards to kind of try to suss out the edge cases. There's a more efficient way of writing list.map to list. Okay. Where? Let's see here. That's in my unmarshal stuff. Right? We're not even in that file. Give me some linkies. Let's take a look. We were digging into this is what we were doing. I set the modified flag here. It's when we're doing status effect things. Let's go take a look at status effects. On selected. Why would we set the modified flag on selected? Silly me. To map list, function t map pool global. List generate. I think that's actually even less readable. Have you benchmarked it? I'm interested how much faster it is, though. Let's see here. Status effect. Right, yes. Edit panel. set modifier menu. Strat benchmarking is tricky. You need to run it in multiple different environments. You're not wrong. Benchmarking is very tricky. Deceptively tricky. I once did some benchmarking for my own education on some stuff. It was in Go, and it involved writing strings to the log, right? So very minimal stuff. And I was able to meaningfully change the number. And when I say meaningful, like we're talking picoseconds anyway, or whatever the little U is picoseconds or whatever. Anyway, I was able to like increase them by like 50%. So we're talking like very, very minuscule times, but it was consistently higher if I was running Spotify at the same time I ran the benchmark. You would define this as an extension on list, so you would call map list instead of map to list. I see. But then I would have to go define that as an extension on my lists of all my types of things, and I think I'll just take the hit, because you're talking about reading files anyway, so like they're gonna be, in the big scheme of things, slow. Like, so it's not super performance critical there, I don't think. And we're just talking text files of JSON anyway, so like they shouldn't be terabytes of data, you know? Like other things are going to freak out. You can have, oh yeah, I guess I could have generic extensions, huh? Yeah, you're right. If you have a terabyte of status effects, I think you're going to have other issues though, too. So like, where does set modifier menu come into things here? Hang on. What was I thinking when I said we should set the modified flag here? This is for figuring out what is selected. This is for toggling between attributes and skills, which actually we have a bug in here, come to think of it. Let's see here. My 10-year resolution, write only Dart everywhere. I can confidently say I don't love Dart nearly as much as you do. I like Dart. Dart's been a pretty good time. I don't love it that much. I would rather write Go. Or maybe something else. You know? I've got all this going in these other languages, but like every so often I do just have that idle thought, you know, I could go write something in C. Maybe my next project. Or maybe Zig. Maybe Rust. But then I remind myself that I have too many things already in progress. I just concluded it is the only language that could be used everywhere and is bearable. Yeah, it is indeed bearable. I don't know about the only. But you might be right. But also, like, I find it good, like, switching to Dart for my UI stuff and making myself write Dart, I feel like is good for my brain. Because it takes me out of the Go world and puts me into a more object-oriented language. It gets me more accustomed to working with things like arrow funcs, which I don't actually love that much, but like I'm trying to force myself to just interact with more, so that the next time I'm forced to do something in JavaScript or TypeScript, it's less annoying. Um, but mostly just the fact that it brings me back into the object-oriented language world, and makes me work more with classes and things and stuff, and gives me sort of like different perspectives, that like different patterns, like more familiarity with different patterns in different places that kind of you can synthesize into new approaches and things. It keeps me from getting into a rut, basically. That's the thing I've liked the most about being forced into the Dart world. Biggest roadblock for other languages: absence of cross-platform UI frameworks. Yeah. So with that, you'd be left with JavaScript, Kotlin. I haven't actually done any Kotlin. Like, I've looked at Kotlin and it looks okay, but I haven't worked with it. And Dart. And I choose Dart. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I think the closest I came to really working with Kotlin was I was looking for some contract testing utilities. And there was one that was written in Kotlin that was like being talked about at conventions and all kinds of other things. But as soon as I pulled it down and tried to run the test, there was a bunch of failures in their tests. And I filed an issue. I was like, is this correct? Am I crazy? And they're like, no, you need to, that's the way it is right now. And I'm like, if you're trying to tell people to use your thing, table stakes is your test pass if I pull that on the repo today cleanly, right? Like, if it's not done yet, that's fine. Go fix it, but don't be telling me to use it. Your test should pass at the very least. And it took him like a week to answer that too. So I was like, cool, this project is not the solution I will do. And that's how I learned about one of my favorite named companies ever. Even though I think they use AI slop art on their page. Princess Beef Heavy Industries. They do open API changes, which is all in Go. And they were super responsive whenever I found bugs in their thing. And in general, I've been pretty awesome when I worked with them. Ugh. Kotlin is literally a language where language designers adopted behavior of a kid being left alone in candy store and it ate everything. Nice. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so yeah, I think we're done. That to-do is no longer valid. We do need to fix this bug though. But that guy streams on Twitch Open API. No, he Open API is different thing. Princess Beef guy streams? Because if he does, I need to go find him. Hang on. I need to follow him because working with them was awesome because I found bugs in their stuff, and I would file it with a minimal repro, and they would get on it real fast, and it was a great experience. Let me go. I will share him. Excellent. Because OpenAPI is just a that's the spec. But libopenAPI, the Go version here. And I don't see. Yeah, I don't see a Twitch link in here. But yeah, I will await your link. I'm going to use the restroom really quick and probably get a next beverage on deck because this one's about to be dead. And then we'll come back and figure out, we'll follow this guy if he's a streamer, if he's on Twitch, because that's cool. And we'll figure out why this is broken. So, I'll be right back. There we go. That's better. Alright. Let me restart this really quick. This is all his links. Let me take a look. Ba bum bum. Ba ba bum. Get over here. He's on. Yeah, he is on Twitch and YouTube's. Let me just make sure. I'm sure there's nothing horrible here, but let's make sure. Yeah, we're good. No videos found. I don't know. It doesn't say when he last actually streamed. We'll follow him anyway. And we'll subscribe to his YouTubes. Because I have enjoyed using his library greatly in the past. Alright. Back to what I was doing. That's what happened. He streams hackathons mainly. Cool. Awesome. I'll have to see if I can catch him next time he does that. Alright. No, it wasn't map. I'm so traumatized by writing map that I just go there automatically. Okay, so skills, and we get our error. So we got some trubs. Null is not a subtype of type scale in typecast. Cool. Resolve initial selection right here. Okay, so when I go to skills, it would have to be coming from up here. That's not going to be type skill. This needs to be... This is nullable. So... Get item by ID should return null. So this should be null. Is it that? I'm not allowed to do that. Controller get item by ID. Property to modify ID. You should be handing up back null. Right? And if I had... Skill controller. I guess I can't mark that as null. Is it there, or is it actually someplace else? Is it an issue of not being able to return this list? It does say there, set modifier menu, resolve initial selection. Where does this get typecast? Is that it? I should have this problem here. I should have a problem here, though, too. Well, maybe it's just because I don't have... Yeah, there we go. This needs to be cleared out, though, on that happening. And I bet you it's just because I didn't have one saved. So we need to make that nullable is basically... Oops, that's not correct. This one, right here. If we do that, it's going to hold on to this when that's not a valid setting. Could we say... Could we just wrap you real quick in a funk? No, we can't, apparently. So we have to do... that back. Uh-oh, we have to fix that too. We could maybe do... So we should have none, right? We don't have none in the list. We have none in this list. And if we switch to you, that still gets held on to. When that should be that. Okay, so... if we do this... which is ugly, but without the ability to just use a func... And I can't do that either. Where do we build? It's right here. We would need to do the same thing that we did. I guess we could say, well, no, we can't here because that won't satisfy. Need to go. See you. Hey, have a good one. Good to see you again. Have a good night. So we can't do that because we need to return a thing here, which is going to be an object. So we'd either have to mangle this up a bit or do a better job of handling our this. Because we map this to list, we'd have to do it wouldn't be that though. It would be drop down menu entry skill. That with drop down menu entry in here, null value, none label, and then add all whatever gets built here. But I can't. Oh, I would have to do. Could I put you in parens? No. I also couldn't do null for a value. I would have to do a skill. And I think I default the UUID name of none. I don't. Is it nullable in skills? It is. Okay, so I could do that. And then this is just the only problem. Is there a way in Dart to um I don't think there's a way to like provide the first. Could I do it the other way around, basically? So if I was to take this back out, to list, and then add at? No. Insert at 0. But I can't do that because that'll then, unless I maybe wrap this. No. What I really need is just like a lambda in here. But I don't think I can do that. I think it'll let me. I would need to I think I should be able to do this. I just need to do the correct syntax, which I don't know off the top of my head. So this needs to be this type, right? But I can't. I would need to just make a function, I think, would be the clearest way. So I could just do do this. I might be able to generic that. Let's see. That like so. Get this crap out of here. That crap out of here. Temporarily we'll do this. So this should be exactly equivalent. Like that. Need the comma though. So that should leave me exactly where I was, in theory. Let's reset that. There we go. I think I must have saved it or something, applied it. Delete that to make sure it's old, and we've taken care of that part. So that doesn't work still, but ooh. Can I get render object of inactive element? Okay. Interesting. We'll look at that here in a minute. It's possible that this entire widget is a little bit flawed because it was early days. Got modifiables built up there. Build drop-down list. So here, this we can set up this with a drop-down menu entry we manually specify, which is a skill with a null UUID and a label of none. Oh, whoops. It's already in there. If I get my things all in the right places here. Name is required, but there's no corresponding. Name is none. Label is none. Okay. And then we can return do this before you return not iterable, so that we have oh right, because you don't return you don't have return type. That's the whole issue here. We just need to call you. And if we're going to do that, we're going to do that. Okay. So now that still doesn't refresh. Even though skills build drop down list. At least we have none in the list now, but well, that ain't right either. Okay, hang on. Let's roll this back here really quick. We're going to take a better look at what we're doing in here. So I think I've got multiple issues happening. That goes away still. Okay, so Mark needs build called after when widget tree was locked. Okay, so there's another problem in there too. That happens sometimes. Let's take a better look at what we got going on here. So we have modifiables. Modifier option, modifier entry. Unmodifiable list view. Why did I do it this way? I think I was still trying to learn how to use the drop down. And I don't know why. I did that. I don't think I want to change this. This isn't the right file. I would need to open this and go look in the server config. This is attributes, right? Status effects, rather. Status effects. I would need to open you to have a looky look. So either I have to somehow encode in here what you are, which, I mean, it wouldn't be the end of the world. We'd have to change the server as well. I could do something like make this an object and do like, and then I have to do an enum here. I could do that. I'd have to go look at this server and figure out what we did over there, because it has to parse this too. But we don't allow status effects to happen on anything other than skills and attributes. So if we were to, now let's look at this a little bit more. Modifier entry, drop down modifier option, non-attribute skills. We just based you on an enum. We can make you modifiable. That's fine. Could have just added the squiggles as well. But I don't care. So we need to decide if we wanted to support that. And I don't really think I do. Yeah, I don't think I want to change that. We can just go through the both. We just need to do it better in the UI. That's what I think. I would need to Stack to self. Property to modify in here. Drop down menu, modifier option. And then on selected, we do that. Is there an on change that we could actually look at? I guess it doesn't matter. On selected is probably the right answer there. Search callback, close behavior. Yeah, I think on selected is still fine. Unsaved changes gets toggled. And then selected modifier option gets set to option. Which is probably okay. Where then is my... Where do you come into things? Modifier option is that guy. There's modifier. Duration, tick time, all that good stuff. You should be up here. Children. Has the one drop down. Modifier menu, here we go. Why did I do that? Modifier menu. That would need to be changed up in here. But I didn't do anything. I call set modifier menu. That's what I do. Okay, so we rebuild this when we build. Why didn't I just do... It's probably fine to do that. It's just wonky. But we have the controller, the attribute controller. Go through the items and map. Do I actually set... Oh, because it's a switch case, right? Okay. And yeah, we need to grab them from the different fellas, so that makes sense. And then our initial selection is set to resolve initial. That makes sense. So I see why I did this. I don't think it's the best way, though. How do I want to clean that up? And I bet you that this is related to that being changed while it's building, because we call it here? Perhaps. So instead of doing this, what if we did, collapse these really quick. So a property to modify. And then let's make this we already have that. That's a inconveniently placed shoulder itch. Because we, okay, yeah. Cancel that. That's because we defined you up here. I suspect things are getting wonky as a result of it. You do that. Oop. Drop down menu. Type? Or do we not care? Turn that. Also return that. Also return this. So we just return them directly now. And then in our collapse these two until we need to look at them. Make it a little less scroll heavy here. Probably need to modify. We don't need to modify right now either. So here, after this, modifier menu. Like so. Okay. So that probably gets rebuilt anytime it changes, but that's probably fine. It resets you completely. Attributes, agility, skills, no change there. Okay. So. What I want to do here, think, modifier option, attributes, selected modifier option. So right here, before we even get in there, I can't do that though because it's a different type in there. But well, yeah, I would need to double check. Can this be a const? No, because of this. What is value in this case? Oh, right, string. I can't do that anyway because it doesn't need to be none. It just needs to start with none. Could I use a generic here, maybe in a clever way? I don't think so. I don't think I would be able to... Because it would need to know... Just for funsies, could I do... object T... I can't do that. Because these guys are going to return... Because this wouldn't know how to handle anything but a skill. And this defaults to null. So just for funsies, if I take that out of a skill, doesn't change that. I would have to take you out of attributes for you to load correctly, I think. So if I did that, it would default to an empty box. And it doesn't... Why does it hang on to that and not rebuild it? Because this should return null. Doesn't update that guy. But when we change, let's see here, we switch on modifier item controller. Or select a modifier option rather. On change up here doesn't change that. What does? It sets it to option. So why don't you update? Why would that be not updating? If you're an attribute, we do that. If you're a skill, we do that. This should end up being null. Would I need to... do a value key on select the modifier option to force it to just rebuild, and then if it sets to null, it sets to null. Oop, something broke. Yeah, okay. We'll worry about that one in a minute. Let's reload that to make sure we get new datas. All right, so if we come in here and then I go down to skills, it still doesn't. Why doesn't it rebuild that? I don't understand that. I do set state, right? Yeah, I set state. Bet you that's why I was doing a call in the rebuild. Or in the build. That's on selected. I wonder if I pulled this out into... Not super happy with the way this is laid out anyway. If I switch that to a widget, I wonder if it would catch the update without needing to put it into build like that. We could... I wonder if that's also part of our unsafe changes problem to where... Do I want to do some other way? Is there a better way? You can solve Flutter indenting problems by extracting controls to subcontrols or local functions. Yes and no. Like, there's nothing that's going to fix the fact that, you know, so here's a table and here's a table row. Like, at some point you lose, like extracting a widget into another file doesn't gain you anything because it's then you have to go chase it through files. But also, like, this is still a super indented, you know, we need a form, we need a table, we need a controller, or a table row rather, and it's still got to go inside of something. So like, even if this was a single column, like this is still all super hard to read. And this is like the simplest possible element, right? And you've already got, so if we just go from the start of the build, we pretend we ended build here. You've still got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 levels of indentation at the most extreme, you know? And then if you need to put, you know, a drop down menu or a row with some children for UI layout reasons, like you wind up just super nested. Um, You're not really supposed to put widgets in functions. It's not as good for performance, from what I've read. You could extract it to another widget, but then you're chasing through 100,000 individual files, right? As opposed to just looking at it in the one. And table row is already a widget, which already technically lives in another place, right? So at some point, you're just wrapping widgets in widgets for the sake of not being here, but then you got to go chase them through there. In this case, though, I'm wondering... We don't really want to pull this out. Or do we? Really have a Flutter app where layout and widgets are generated on server in PHP? Huh? Um... The... The end result here is we're setting a single text field, so we could... Could wrap this up a little bit into another widget. We're going to have some of the same problems, though, which I don't want. Parsing from JSON creates widgets on the fly from JSON from server. In my... Right, yeah. Right, I mean, yes, you can turn JSON into widgets. That's essentially what I'm doing with loading from files. I don't understand where PHP comes into that, but... let me see here. The, why are you telling me that pre-rolls are on? Pre-rolls should not be on. We've run ads. Okay, then. We'll just run another one. Twitch is apparently on one today. So if I extracted this into a widget, we could handle the switching logic inside of that. I don't know if that's going to gain me any organization, really, though. The problem is that these are two different types of a thing. And yes, we have generics, but we do need to call this specific controller to pull out the correct list of items. So we kind of wind up just exactly back where we are here. But in order to build this, I don't know of any other way to lay this out that makes sense. And because it's caching it like that, we set that state, and I mean, it does like correctly build these. It's just updating the this, right? Because wait, maybe I'm wrong. Let's roll that back. Let's reload that. So strength, agility, endurance, mind. We switch to skills. Okay, so I broke that along the way too. Okay. So let's just roll this back as we try to find a more sane way. So if we do that, we'll go ahead and reload because it'll get upset if I don't, because we just moved all the files underneath it. And not map editor, status effects. We go back in here, right? So the original, as it was. Oh yeah, that's right, we broke it. So we have to go fix it again really quick so that it'll load up correct like. It needs to handle Oh. Oh. A null skill. Well, no, that should still be null. Okay, we'll fix that really quick. So, attributes has the basics, and then if we switch it over to skills, it does load the list correctly. It's just getting it to select the initial selection to be correct. And it doesn't clear that out of there for some reason. Even though... Actually, hang on a second. What if we say that you're allowed to be... Okay, yeah, we still have that to look at too. Yeah, you still don't get cleared out of there. Oh, wait. We do this in on selected. Oh no, that would still be Why doesn't this widget replace itself? We're still back to that question because that's really just what I want it to do. I guess we could, so we're running this function to set this now, again, back in build. And we didn't try a value key in here with this setup. We did it the other way around, but that might have been hanging on to it for different reasons. Yeah, it still keeps that text in there. It's like this doesn't resolve to null is what it's like. If we roll that back, it's going to complain. It's going to break. Because this gets null back. But it defaults to null, so why is that a problem? Because we cast. That's why. Why do I do that? Okay, so it still doesn't clear out, but it doesn't error anymore. That's weird. Let me make sure that's not a hot reload issue. I thought we had this working correctly, so attributes agility bop doesn't clear you though. Like, you should be an entirely different widget. And if initial selection is null, why don't you? Let's take this out because it didn't change anything. And then, yeah, I know. Shut up for a minute. In here, in our skill, we're going to comment you out temporarily so that we can once again examine our sanity. And I'm going to click on the wrong thing again because that's just how I roll. There we go. So even just, okay, so this must be just a behavior of the widget or something not being rebuilt. I can't like clear you manually, and because you're based on initial selection, we base you on the property to modify ID. But it does update to none when we do that. So why doesn't it update? PHP is irrelevant. It just provides JSON. Well, that's not generating a Flutter app then. If you're reading JSON from a file or something and building it, that's Flutter building the widgets, right? Reason for generating Flutter layout on the server so I don't have to republish mobile apps to app stores. Okay. I don't, like, you could just make, like, the Flutter app itself would just detect a small screen if it's doing web stuff, right? If it's building a web UI, which is great. Oh, okay. That's not going to solve the problem of nested widgets if you don't want to go through a bunch of different hoops to make it harder to debug. Anywho, so you regenerate when I do this, and you get correctly selected. Why don't you correctly? Why don't you clear this out, I guess is my question. Okay, so what if instead... I can't just generate that though. So we'd have to do something like something like this, right? Where return this, well, except for I'd have to that can't be null if we're in here. This gives me this should give me back a skill. So I can say that, right? And I could say, if this is not null, no, I still need to null check it though. Right, and then the else could, well, I would need, I can just do it here. To where I return that if I'm otherwise null, right? So then I would have to come up here into skill. And do that. And then let me refresh here. And then if I was to toggle down, it would still not clear that from the UI. Huh. Oh, I bet you it's because the underlying widget that this wraps doesn't actually change because nothing gets selected here. So that would be, we'd have to go to drop down menu entry skill build skill drop down entries, right? And then we would have to do the same thing we did before. That comes in here instead. We return this. Nothing should change. Yes, I know, you're still broken there. That's a different problem. So everything's still working there. And then we could then create the list here with our null and none, right? What are you mad about? Oh, right, because I need a menu entry. The value will be this. The label will be none. I'm not sure actually which of these it needs to select on. We'll just put them both in for a second here. So then I would have to do this again. That add all that return the result results. Okay, and then would it correctly select none and update? No. Ya bastard. Interesting. None gets put in here. The selection doesn't change, though. Let me make sure I didn't... Yep, you... Huh. Why is that getting held on to? Okay. Let's roll that back again. I think I have an idea. When we do our setting of the stating, instead of having a modifier menu here, we're going to do this a different way. Modifier option. We're going to have different things for both of these, I think. If instead, and I got to fold these again really quick. Instead of doing all this, let's see, we'd have to figure out inside of my state here, I would need this to be late, object controller, selected, the modifier controller. That's what that's going to be. In my build, why do I have, oh, because you need to be, you need a text controller. That's going to be a little bit problematic. Do I even need to change this, though? Or should I be letting that... let's see here. Flutter widgets are not like Qt or GTK widgets, are more like React controls. Okay, I've never worked with Qt or GTK. I'm a back-end dev. I don't do UI stuff usually. So I don't know. Like, I have no comparison there. Behave more like React controls. Okay, yeah, sure. I've done a little bit of React, not a ton. Are you using form control? So you should trigger form refresh when you change form control. I'm using a form, but I'm manipulating a copy of the data. Bum, 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 bum. This might be part of my problem. So what I'm thinking here is that what I need to do I need to look at my docs. Do I actually need to give you a text controller, or do you manage your own if I don't give you one? Drop down menu. I'm still here. Oh, yeah, for a couple more minutes. Drop down menu. Here we go. Nice. Me still being here, or yeah, up until I get a real job again. I'm back to streaming my 4 hours. Let's see here. Yeah, they give it a controller here, but if I... Is it pet project? Sure, why not? I don't have a job? No, man, I quit. It wasn't paying the bills, and I hated it and the people I worked with, so I decided to say that I could find something better. I know, right? If I go to... I was up one more here. Property to modify. Look at you. What is the default value of the controller? Text editing. So it's allowed to be null. It's nullable. My last job hunt was November to December, 2 months of hell. See, my network sucks. That's part of my problem. Like everybody that I'm still friends with that I've worked for in the past works at the same company basically. And have I tried LinkedIn Premium? No, I don't have LinkedIn. I refuse to have LinkedIn. LinkedIn can absolutely eat my entire ass. And mostly I've just been interviewing with people that are not actually hiring, like just getting ghosted, people wasting my time. I've had a couple interviews that I interviewed with Cloudflare, and I told them, you know what, I'm not doing your leak code nonsense. Here's my channel. You can go watch me code and solve problems live. I'm not going through 6 fucking steps in a hiring committee. Go to hell. That's the only way I could find any jobs, right? Yeah. It sucks, man. It's bad out there. But I'm really like I'm really frustrated with just the state of the industry in general too, so um so here's, I'm going to leave myself a note. Can we let this manage its own text controller? That may be part of the issue. Put the controller we are using in state, and then build widgets, widget for the selected property based on that. That's what I'm kind of thinking, leaning towards. Yeah, but I've been going for 4 hours. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to eat some lunch and have a think about this. And we'll look at it tomorrow. And it's entirely possible that I should just rebuild this entire widget. I don't want to if I don't have to, but obviously it's not working correctly now. Which is weird because I thought it was, but maybe I overlooked it. So we'll have a look at that. And figure out what the best path is to making this suck less. Because right now it's broken and janky. I don't like it. But thank you for coming to hang out. It took me years to become decent in LeetCode, and it doesn't help much. Yeah, no. As some jerk from hiring committee would say, no, right? Yeah. I mean, or like, to me, if you have 6-7 steps in your hiring process and a hiring committee, you're not interested in hiring people. You're shopping, right? You're shopping for unicorns, or, to see if you can get people cheap or not. And I'm not interested in playing that game. I'm done playing the LeetCode game. I don't like LeetCode. I don't like computer science puzzles. I'm not interested in that at all. I'm done sorting strings for people in coding interviews, and I'm just done with the game, But anyway, I'm going to go have some lunch. I'm really hungry. So, thanks for hanging out. Those of you who are returning viewers, it was good to see you. Those of you who are new, nice to meet you. I do this thing roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday and ending on Monday. So assuming no catastrophic events happen, I'll be here tomorrow at around 10 a.m. Central Time doing it again. Love to see you again. And if not, y'all have yourselves a great weekend anyway, and I will catch you some other time. Thanks again, everybody. Bye.